to fly for that far shore forlorn. Onward high, oh, but we may tame the sky. Oh, but we shall distant die on that far shore forlorn. Velvet blue the meadows lie, though the haughty ones defy. Cold shall never break our tie to that far shore forlorn. Onward high, oh, but we may tame the sky. Oh, but we shall distant die on that far shore forlorn. Mouth to mouth and eye to eye, sleep where comets whisper by, sleep while constellations sigh of that far shore forlorn. Onward high, oh, that we may tame the sky. Oh, but we shall
Why, hello there. How you all doing? Apologies for being a little late. My little guy here was extra needy today. Even though we snuggled a bit in bed in the morning. Yeah, he's still blocking my screen here. You big dummy. Yeah. Such a big dummy. But you're cute, so it's fine. I am indeed tardy. What the f... Okay. Oh, right. I updated Firefox. I guess that. Alright. Alright. I guess I'm gonna have to re-add all the images. Hold on. This won't take too long. That's all of the ODST levels. Now for reach. Yeah, the reach ones are not in order. Fuck it, I'll sort them after I uploaded all of them. Alright, there we go. Spear goes there, Long Knife Solace goes there. Is that it? Is that the right order? I think it is. I'm fuzzy on New Alexandria, but I think that's the correct spot. Okay. Let's get on with this. Yeah, let's do Halo Infinite first. Warship Gabrakon? Is that it? I don't know. Something like that. Okay, so it's worth noting that Halo Infinite is dramatically easier than the Master Chief Collection, generally speaking. And it's mostly because the speedrun achievement for that game, it for one does not require any specific difficulty, and it's extremely lenient on time, like ridiculously lenient. I think it's what, 14 hours or something, which is like, you can easily do a run on Lasso within that time and it's fine. Like, that's how lenient it is. So yeah, it's honestly a game that I didn't really learn many skips because it just wasn't necessary. Because for most of it, you could just equip the bandana skull, which gives you infinite ammo, and that includes infinite equipment uses. So you can just spam things like the dash ability or the grappling hook, for instance. So I think the majority of this is going to be from I think my initial perspective as like just regular campaign missions on Legendary, because doing it even on Lasso and everything was just such a complete joke. Because on Lasso, you literally do have to use the bandana skull. You can't like opt out to not use it. You have to use it. So yeah. But yeah, let's worship Gabrakon. I guess it's alright as like a first level. It definitely takes a lot of inspiration from Pillar of Autumn in CE. CTs. What are we doing? A CT scan? Yeah, it takes a lot of inspiration from that in that it's mostly a lot of corridors. But there are like some open areas, so there's that. And it does like teach you how to use the grappling hook. It does kind of go out of its way as well to convince the player that falling damage is not a big deal anymore, because falling damage has been a huge deal for the entire series up until this point. But then in Halo Infinite, suddenly there is no falling damage, which takes some time to get used to, gotta be honest. Like, I think I still by the end of Infinite, I was still, like, crouching as I hit the ground, because that reduces the falling damage you take in the rest of the series. But I guess, yeah, I guess it's a C. It's, not sure where I would put it on C, though. There, I guess? I don't know. I would definitely say, like, my C rankings have gotten very nebulous because there's so many missions that end up there. Like, they're alright, but nothing that, like, blows me away. Okay, Foundation. Okay, I may need some bit of a refresher on what Foundation actually entails too. It's like all the MCC missions I know like the back of my hand, but I've actually only played the Infinite ones like a couple of times. Come on, what the fuck? Yeah, that's where it starts, yeah. Yeah, this bit I remember. Let's go, Tana. Oh yeah, with the elevator ride. Yeah. And then it's... yeah, a bunch of that stuff. And then the Halsey flashbacks. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, this segment. Lol, he died. I think the strategy I did here, at least when I did it on Lasso, was to activate the bridge and, well, I think I tried to activate it, but you had to like clear the enemies first, so it went off to on the right side, because I don't think there's many enemies to spawn on the right side there. And then there's another elevator ride. Yeah. And that's when you get the shield upgrade. Yeah. Yeah. And then you get to this part where you have to... yeah, he's going the wrong way. And then we start the boss fight. Alright, so... I think this level is... it's definitely a lot more challenging than the first one. The first one is really easy. This one definitely ups some of the challenge. And I gotta say, the boss fight is... it's alright, actually. It's, I definitely wouldn't go as far as to say, like, it's amazing. But I don't mind it. I don't. I think it's a nice way to, like, cap off the mission. So I suppose we could put that one... yeah, probably above Composer. I think so. Again, it's a mission that I don't really... there's not really many skips you can do, because a lot of it is just based on you have to get to this part, so it'll... so you can interact with this thing, so it'll load the next part of the level, or get to this part so you can take this elevator, and yeah. So, yeah. And in a speedy run of the level, you just yeah, you grappling poke past pretty much everything. Even on legendary. So nothing too amazing, but it's alright. Okay, so Outpost Tremonius, which for some reason has 2 of them. I don't know why that is. Well, whatever. Alright, we'll take this one with the white text and red outline. That's actually easier to read. Outpost Tremonius is where the game starts to, like, open up. Because it's the part where you get to go outside on the Halo ring, and the first bit is kind of on rails, where you have to, like, just clear the area to so the Pelican can land and all that. But I will say there is some interesting stuff on this level. In particular, there is, of course, the... what would you call it? Like the secret tank gun? See if I can find a video of it. Yeah, if you go up to one of these things, yeah, you can actually interact with it. And now you're actually firing the same projectile as a tank, which is pretty funny. And it's actually really, really powerful. Because the reload is fairly quick, and I think it deals as much, if not a little more, than a RPG shot. So it's a great weapon, but it does have some issues. Intended Easter egg? Oh yeah, absolutely. Like as you may see here, see if he fires again. Yeah, you can see him jumping here, and that's because here where you picked it up, yeah, you see there, it just explodes underneath him. That's a common issue where I think it launches the projectile from like a low point on the character model. And I think the hit detection on the projectile is really big, which is not an issue when you're fighting it from a tank, because on the tank, you know, the actual turret of the tank is quite a ways off the ground. But here's the issue. But the issue here is that, of course, you're not in a tank. You're just a guy. So it has a tendency to just explode on top of you. Now, you don't take damage from it, which is nice, because otherwise that would have been awful. But it is, nevertheless, rather frustrating. So you have to kind of get into the habit of always jumping when you use it, but it's not too bad. And I guess it's kind of like a slight drawback, because otherwise it would just be... everything else would be completely useless by comparison. So that thing is pretty cool, and yeah, ignore this text here that says that this is a bug, not an unintended feature, and will most likely be patched in the near future. Yeah, 3 years ago, it's still there. Like, come on, you don't fucking forget a thing like that in there. But yeah, it's definitely intended. I can't imagine otherwise. Like, do you have to do anything prior to picking it up? Oh, you go up there. Nope. Nope, you do not. Because there is another secret in this area as well. See if I can find it. Here we go. So there are some secret buttons that you can press. And for a while people didn't know, like, what the hell do these buttons do? We interact with them, nothing happens. But if you find all of them, I think there's 3 of them. Okay, it actually doesn't show what happens. Cool. All right. This should be the one. Yeah, there's one of the buttons. Okay. So we interact with the last button, and this is what happens. You're supposed to clear out this whole area. Yeah? Well, it'd be nice to have some help, yeah? And that's what you get. You get a ton of barrages that just completely decimate everything there, which is very useful. And I believe it is something that the legendary speedrun makes good use of, because obviously it's just way faster to just blow up everything, because you have to destroy everything on this platform in order to advance the mission. You may have to destroy everything in... Do you? I'm actually not sure if you have to kill everything in the base as well, but yeah. Definitely at least everything in the platform. Ah, okay, yeah. There seems to be some stragglers left for him to kill before the Pelican will actually show up. But it's not marking these other two, so yeah, I think it's all the enemies that spawn in this general area. Those ones you have to kill, but not stragglers down in the outpost. So I gotta say, this is kind of nice. I think this is kind of fun when they have like hidden strategies you can take advantage of to make parts of the mission easier. Does the mission end there, or no? It's not there. It's let me see. Because you get into the Pelican and then it whisks you away. YouTube. Was that really the end of the mission? I guess it was. Yeah, and then it gives you the tutorial on forward operating bases, and that is beneficial to clear them out. I don't believe they mentioned that it's that it opens up like fast travel points, but yeah. So this is a really short mission. I think the speedrun of this mission is like, what, 5 minutes or something? Probably less. It's very fast. Blink and you'll miss it. But overall, it's because of the secrets in it, I think that does take it a little bit further, because I do think it adds a lot of enjoyment to a level if there's alternative ways of doing it. So I'm gonna say this is it's a low B. Like it's not an incredible experience, but it's fun. It's fun. Okay, the tower. The tower is definitely where the game gets a fair bit harder. Because you have to clear this big-ass base and then venture inside the aforementioned tower. And let me see if I can bring that up here. Okay, yeah, Yeah, you start out the mission with clearing out a fob. It's like a tutorial bit on like clearing out the fob. Yeah, so here's the fob. You clear that out, goes by pretty quickly. The annoying part about clearing out the fob and everything is the fact that once you've cleared it out and you interact with the console, Cortana's gonna talk for probably 2 minutes, and you can't skip that, which is really annoying. 2 minutes might be exaggerating, but at least definitely around the minute area, which is a little frustrating. Yeah, and then you start to make your way to the tower. Yeah. He's gonna... Yeah. There's the tower. Now, there are some spread out Marines that have been captured that you can actually free, and they will actually help you out a fair bit. Even on legendary difficulty, the friendly AI is actually useful. It's not like in previous Halo games where on legendary they're just gonna fucking die the minute they stick their nose out of the door. Like, they actually will help you out here, and like, they might not get a ton of kills, but they'll definitely draw a lot of fire, which is very nice. Then you venture inside, and the inside is a little rough, as in it's just pretty hard to get through, because it's yeah, it has a bunch of these guys, the berserkers, I think that's what they're called. I don't know. It's angry melee brutes, basically. Immediate death sounds like me. And maybe we should play Halo co-op on Legendary at some point, Heather. So yeah, you venture your way up, and that's when you get to the second boss fight. Let's see if... Oh, he's already there. Yeah. This is Shacklock. Yeah, he wants our secrets. He's not going to be as forgiving as Frodo. And I think this is actually a pretty nice way of actually teaching the player that... oh, I forget what it's called. The scouting thing that that he fires off here. That it actually doesn't just reveal like enemy locations, but it also reveals cloaked enemies, which is very important. And it's going to come into play later on in the game as well. It is a tough boss, though. At least if you're just playing on regular Legendary without Bandana Skull or anything, it is a tough one. Because he will one-shot you if he melees you with his energy sword. At least I believe, I'm pretty sure he does. And of course he does have a shield, which is tough to break through. Well, it's fairly tough to break through unless you have a plasma pistol with you. And I'm not sure if there are any plasma pistols in this area. Like, you can stick him with some grenades, but it's definitely, like, not consistent. It's pretty hard to do that. It's worth mentioning here as well that this is footage from heroic difficulty, so this is definitely a good bit easier than on legendary. But yeah, the best strategy here, it really is to make sure to bring a plasma pistol with you so you can overcharge him. But once you get down his shield, that is like kind of it. Like, so long as you can then just get a bunch of shots on him, he will die very quickly. Because I think he's still sensitive to headshots. In that, if you get a couple of headshots in, his helmet will actually break, and you can actually just headshot him and kill him. And yeah, he teabags him, of course. But I gotta say, it's kind of a nice conclusion to the level. It's like a lot of Halo levels in the past have often had this I don't want to say that they end disappointingly, but they just end kind of strangely. It's like you don't even realize that it's the end of the level until the game suddenly like pops you into the next one. But yeah, I kind of enjoy this level. Definitely has some different ways you can approach it from the outside. I know there's some marines outside of the compound that you can free, and they will indeed make things a little easier for you. But unfortunately, there isn't really that much else in terms of strategies you can use on this level, which means that for most of it, it is kind of on rails. That you go in, you shoot people, you go up, you shoot some more people, you kill the boss, and then you're done. And there really isn't much different you can do there, really. So this might be like yeah, I think it's... Do I like it more than Composer? I think I do, because Composer is just it's just really long. And does not have much in terms of skips. Well, okay, that's not entirely true. It does have some. It does have a couple of skips that have been newly discovered. So maybe we'll put it there. Yeah. All right, excavation site. Let me see here. For a lot of these missions, I kind of know how they play out. I just don't quite know where they end, really, so... Yeah, okay. Do we have one without the commentary? Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, this one you start out with come to this excavation site. It seems completely barren and deserted. And you see this tunnel that they've been digging, and you think like, okay, well, we just go down there. Like, what's the worst that could happen? Oh, lasers. Yeah. And now all the enemies spawn. So it's an ambush level. But unlike stuff like Gravemind, which is like probably the most infamous ambush level because it's... Yeah, I was about to say that you instantly die a lot on Gravemind, but don't do it a lot on this level, and then this guy dies immediately. But yeah, didn't play too solidly. Yeah, don't stay out in the open. Also, don't throw coils in melee. But okay, yeah, but you get the idea. And then you're supposed to like clear out some. Some of these things to power down the drill. And then she's like, you can't shut it down, yada yada yada. Oh wait, that's what she says before you're disabling the reactors, but yeah. Then you disable the reactors and then you come back there and then you can shut the drill down. And yeah, it's just a big old battle. Lots and lots of enemies. It's definitely a little tough because it's such a big area, and there are ample locations for snipers to appear, but is this the first level where... It might be the first area where we have Jackal snipers, but fortunately in this game they are not as... Oh, we not just have Jackal snipers, but we have Brute snipers as well. Fortunately, snipers in this game are not as bad as they are in Halo 2. Because here we actually, as you can see, you get like... Your screen will start to like flicker red because their laser sights are on you. You saw the laser sight going around there, for instance, so there is actually a bit of reactivity to snipers here, which I think is a lot better. Because obviously it's not fun in Halo 2 when you just randomly die to them. And there's nothing you can really do to prevent that. But yeah, then you continue on, and then you get to the boss. And this boss is tough. He is like really hard on Legendary. At least on base Legendary. Like, it's definitely a lot easier on... yeah, he's definitely not playing on Legendary, this guy, so don't be fooled thinking like, oh, well, his shield goes down quickly. It's like, nah. And, yeah. Pretty much every single hit he will do with the hammer, if you are anywhere close to him when he does those, you're dead. Instantly. So this fight is really tough. Since this is actually like, you just have like this area here and the area outside there to access. I don't think you can go back down these corridors. Oh, maybe you can. And he foolishly left some grunts there, yeah. But yeah, it's a tough fight because you are very much kind of limited on like where you can go, and if you think like, oh well, I'll just grapple past the guy, well, he can actually hit you mid grapple. So this fight is, yeah, it's really rough. And I'm not really the biggest fan of fights where the difficulty is just in that the boss has a million ways to one-shot you. So yeah, it's definitely a frustrating end to this chapter. And as such, I think I might have to place this in like the bottom of C. Like the beginning parts, I don't mind. I don't think they're too bad. And you can actually get better at the boss fight as you go. It's not a complete crapshoot. And there are like some areas where you can kind of abuses AI a little bit, but yeah. I think if the boss fight was better, this could have actually been at the top of C or at the bottom of B actually. But unfortunately, yeah, the boss fight is just really frustrating. It reminds me of some of the boss fights during. This is gonna. I think most people here aren't gonna be able to relate to this, but there was a bunch of boss fights in the Legion expansion of World of Warcraft that were basically just. If one player makes like a random mistake, the entire raid dies. Not just the player that made a mistake, but the entire raid. And as such, I think it just it doesn't bring a lot of tension really to the fight. It just makes it. It just brings it to such an abrupt end at all times, which, yeah, I really don't think is too entertaining. Alright, so... Conservatory. Oh, and if you're wondering if there's any skips on excavation site, no. None. It's all just like get to the area that activates the drill, try to shut down the drill unsuccessfully, destroy the pylons or whatever. Obviously, if you're playing co-op, you can spread out and do them both at once. There's actually an achievement to destroy all of them within like, what, 30 seconds or something? You know what, I want to take a moment as well to recognize the fact that I do think they definitely give Chief a lot more of a personality in this game, which I think is nice. Like, he's been very stoic in the previous games, like stoic to the point where he almost feels apathetic in places. But here he just feels like he's stoic, but as you can see, like, he actually has a degree of care for his comrades. And I like that. Okay, but yeah, I think this level is mostly just yeah, just room after room of fighting Covenant I think it usually goes like big room, smaller room, big room, smaller room. And that's kind of it. Yeah, you get introduced to this new enemy, the what are they called? Skimmers? I guess that's the kind of milk they drink. Oh, is this just part 1 of Conservatory? Really? Does he really not finish the whole thing? Oh yeah, and then you get to these hallways, and... yeah, and then you get to this big area, and this area is rough. It is really rough on Legendary. Also, I think on Lasso... oh, wow. Damn, they just threw some shade at this guy. Dude really switches gravity hammer for a plasma pistol. Okay, I don't know where he did that, but yeah, that does not sound good. But yeah, on Lasso, this final area right here, this area is really rough because on Lasso, I think this is only on Lasso, they start replacing some of the Skimmers' weapons. I think even some other enemies' weapons as well with RPGs, which makes it really tough because obviously an RPG will just one-shot you. And on Lasso, you don't have like any of your UI. You don't have this, you don't have this, you don't have this. Hell, you don't even have this. You don't even have your reticle. I think the only thing you have is saving checkpoint. That's it. That's the only thing you can actually see. So, yeah, it is really tough, this area on Lasso. Like, I died a ton of times here because... yeah, the, obviously the Boom Skull is... there is a Boom Skull, right? Actually gotta check now. Hey. Let's see... Nether, Bandana, Thunderstorm, Fog, Blind, that would have been your daddy, Famine, Black Eye, Catch. I guess there is no Boom Skull. Oh, never mind, there is, yeah. That's what I thought, because Boom Skull does, just like in the previous titles, it doubles the explosive radius of literally everything. That includes RPGs. So if a bunch of the enemies has RPGs, then it means that they are now twice as likely to one-shot you. And that happens a lot in that area, because there is a ton of these tiny enemies that fly around that have RPGs. And you don't have your motion tracker as well, so it's really hard to keep track of them. So, unfortunately, this one kind of goes in the same area as like Excavation Site, where it just has a really frustrating end. I know technically it doesn't end at that spot. You actually have another part, I believe. Let me see. Yeah, that's that room. Yeah, then he continues onward. Yeah, this is where this is actually the final room, which is against these two brute heavies. And this area on Lasso is super easy, because obviously you just jump, you shoot them, and they die. On regular Legendary, this area is tough, because they deal so much damage with these scrap cannons that they have. And it's just a pain to try and get them to split up, because if they don't split up, you're gonna be in a lot of trouble. Because what usually happens is that you try to engage one of them, you keep an eye on like when he's gonna shoot, then you lose track of the other one, and he starts shooting you, and then you die. So yeah, it's really rough on Legendary. And then you just take the elevator up, then you get a cinematic, and then the level ends. So yeah. And as such, it doesn't really matter if, like, on Lasso, it ends in a really frustrating bit. On regular Legendary, it ends in a really frustrating bit. So, yeah. It's not a favorite of mine. Far from it. Then we have the Spire. The Spire is... it's definitely the point where I start to feel like I'm getting a little sick of the ring environments. Specifically the internal ring environments, because they all look the same. They always all look the same. And I think it would have been nice if there was some differences to them. I mean, I don't know. It's yeah, it just starts to feel very samey. Like, and I think that's because I have a lot of issue trying to differentiate a lot of these levels, because a lot of them just feel very visually similar. Which is, yeah, it's unfortunate. But yeah, at least the beginning part of it does give you a brief break from those exact environments by having this outdoor section, which is a little open-ended in how you decide to approach the Spire. You can actually just go there on foot. You could go around to a fob, get like a vehicle and some Marines to help you out. There's that. But in order to actually get up into the Spire, you have to kill these two hunters, which can be a little tough. But on the whole is not too bad, because there is like ample amounts of places for you to hide. There's a decent bit of ammunition here for you to use. There's also a bunch of coils that you can throw at them. Although this guy seems to have completely run out of everything. Yeah, it's again a good time to just go back to the fob, get some better get some better weapons, and stock up on ammunitions. You can actually take these guys out. And then you get to go inside the Spire. You just notice here, this is my life for hire. That's since it's referring to elite zealots. That's a StarCraft Yeah, it's just a StarCraft reference. There's a saying that the Protoss have, which is my life for Ire. Ire, which is their homeworld. But yeah, you go inside and it's kind of more the same where it's yeah, you follow this guy around and yeah, at first it's just a bunch of empty rooms, isn't it? Yeah, it's just a lot of running. Yeah, then you have to wait for the bridge here. Although I think here there is actually a skip where you can like get on top of something here or something. Then walk across. But yeah, it's, as you can see, it's like not that big of a time save. I've tried numerous amounts of times to like fling myself across, but it doesn't really work. Maybe it is possible somehow, but I couldn't get it to work. And then you just ride the elevator up, and then it's a boss fight. And it's a boss fight against the orb when he gets into a power armor. This boss fight I think is kind of decent. It's definitely one of those fights where it's a test of greed, in that you kind of have to be cautious and learn like when to stop trying to fire at the guy, because yeah, just keeping an eye on like his okay, he manages to get him stuck there, which is interesting. But yeah, it's a lot about taking cover, making sure to not overextend, and yeah, I think I like the tension of it because of that. Because it often feels like if you're dying, it's usually self-inflicted, because it's pretty easy to hide from pretty much all of his attacks. Because there's loads of really wide pillars to hide behind. And he can't like go above you or anything like that. He's gonna remain at that like elevation at all times, basically. So yeah, this mission is fairly short, but there is at least a little bit of openness to how you can approach the early bits, and then it's just kind of like a waltz through the spire until the final boss. And the final boss is alright, so I think this might be a B. Okay, then we get to Pelican Down. Okay, this might be the mission that took me the absolute longest on my initial playthrough. In fact, I don't think I actually think it took perhaps not quite as long, but a comparable amount of time on Lasso as well. But it's kind of for different reasons, sort of. So the first bit is that, as you saw on the map here at the start, we have to disable these anti-air guns here. So it's kind of open-ended in like which order you want to do them in. You could go here first, go there first, go there first. Like, it's all up to you. The difficulty for the anti-air guns is, I would definitely say that these two are the easiest. because they basically just have, there's a lot of enemies, and on this one in particular they are very spread out, and it's kind of difficult to make sure to take care of all of them before you move ahead. But generally it's not too bad. This one, however, has 2 hunters as well, and it's pretty hard to get like a good angle on the hunters to actually deal damage to them. Because even if you get to like on top of the anti-air cannon and shoot at them from above, you're still not like really that far above them, and they can just bomb you from down there and just instantly kill you. So yeah, it's pretty tough. But on the whole, this first segment is not too bad. It's pretty... It's a little challenging, but nothing too rough. I think it would have been interesting if there could be some more differences depending on like the order at which we approach these. Like if I go somewhere else, that the enemies would have tried to... Yeah, and I would say the infamous vehicle physics in this game. Also, why is that set to fucking 480p? But yeah, this part is not too bad. You get through it without too much trouble, I would say. The main challenge being that you have to clear out the enemies so you can activate the thing to get inside the AA guns. Once you're through that, it's smooth sailing. Until you get to the end of the mission, which is a dual mini-boss fight. And if this thing can actually load it, come on. YouTube, why do you suck? There we go. Yeah, so we have these 2 guys that we have to fight against, and this fight sucks. There's no other way around it. Both on Legendary and on Lasso, this fight sucks. But kind of for different reasons. So on Legendary, it's basically... The main issue is the fact that both of these guys have shields. Which means the best way is to try and get a little close, use a plasma pistol to get rid of the shields, and then you can actually start working on taking away the armor on their head to try and headshot them. But I think one of them has a scrap cannon, the other one has some other weapon which has pretty good range, and they just deal so much damage. Like an absolute shit ton. And I tried just repeatedly, just again and again and again, to try and deal with them that way. Yeah, I think, yeah, one of them has a scrap cannon and the other one has, I think, a Ravager. Yeah, it's definitely a Ravager. And this guy actually kind of has the right idea in that what I eventually did on Legendary was to I just picked up a ghost and then just shot them from a distance. Because a ghost is fast enough to try that it can actually avoid some of their shots. And that was eventually yeah, the only way for me on Legendary to actually beat this part is it's the only way you can like reliably deal damage from a distance. Because the Ghost obviously has infinite ammo and all that. But the issue that happens on Lasso specifically is the fact that you don't have the motion tracker, so you can't see them on the minimap. And also, you don't have, I don't think they even show things like health bars either, and stuff like that. So what tends to happen is that you just kind of lose track of them, and it's really hard to find them. And also, the tank rifle here is kind of bad in a sense that it has just insane amounts of knockback on the shots, and the shots don't deal that much damage to their shields, and instead they just go absolutely flying. And because of the fact that you don't have the motion tracker and everything like that, it means that it's really hard to keep track of where the hell they actually are. And obviously, since it is still Legendary, you can still get absolutely one shot. Especially since on Lasso you have the Black Eye Skull. It's a little cut off here, but yeah. Because the thing that this skull does is that you will only regenerate shields if you melee somebody. So for most of this, you're not going to have any shields at all. So it's extremely easy to get just one shot by some stray bullets that come from anywhere. Because of course it's not just these guys that you have to fight against, there's also a bunch of stray Covenant in the area that you have to fight against. So it's this is a tough one. And yeah, like the first bit I don't mind too much, but this final encounter sucks. It is just frustrating and boring. And the only like reliable way you can actually deal with them is to cheese it, which I don't think is good. And as such, I think this might have to go into D. Alright, after that we move on to the sequence. The sequence is... It's a bit of an interesting one, and also a bit of a weird one. It's also one that has a tendency to bug out if you do things weirdly. What you're supposed to do is you basically start the mission at the end, kind of, but then realize that like, oh, this thing is locked. We have to go to these areas around the map to disable the lock so we can actually enter it. And these areas are defended with a variety of enemies, and it's a lot of like open area fighting, and I think it's kind of fun in that it's very open-ended and all that, but it does have a tendency to bug out. Like if you don't do a couple of things right at the start, like I think if you steal a Banshee and or what was it? No, I think it was if you start the mission and then just try to interact with the door and then hightail it to a farm, get a Hornet, and then fly to one of the areas, it's not going to work. It's going to just not be interactable, which is very strange. Which definitely adds some frustration to this level. But that is it though about this level. There is nothing else that really happens. You just go to some areas, you fight a variety of enemies, and there is some variety in the setup of enemies. One of them you can actually bring a tank, which is kind of fun. But ultimately, it's do I like it more the Conservatory? I think I do. Because it doesn't have anything that like is super frustrating outside of that bug that can occur, but at least that one happens in the early parts of the mission. Okay, and then we have Nexus. I'm fuzzy on this one as well, so let's have a look. Ah, yeah, it's the one with this one, yeah. Yeah, this elevator ride, well, not elevator, but tram ride is really annoying. Because you are just swarmed with a ton of these levitating enemies, these sentinels. And there is just almost no cover on this platform. So it's actually a very wise choice to lay down your own cover shield. Obviously on Legendary, you don't ever like want this many as he had to actually be able to unmask, because they do spawn like really far down the line, so you want to make sure to snipe them off as soon as possible. Well, yeah, it's a tough segment, but like once you actually learn to get rid of these things before they even become a problem, it's not too bad. It's just tough around like the first couple of times where you might not be prepared for it and they just catch you off guard. And then you get off there. And there is a secret here on the other side where you could have picked up a battery from the beginning of the level here and then bring it with you and then open the door on the left. Doing so will give you like a bunch of different weapons and ammos, which is quite nice. But yeah, then you just continue forward. You get to this room where you get to choose which switches you want to activate. It doesn't matter which order you activate them. You can just do it in whichever order you want. And there are some enemies that spawn, and some of them I would suggest, I would say like, yeah, you should probably fight these because it's really hard to get through otherwise on Legendary, but some of them you could just blitz through with some well-placed grappling hooks. So it is nice that there is like some choice there in like you can take the risk to just run past them, but there is a real risk with it. Yeah, then you... Let's see. Yeah, then there's some more RP between Cortana and Chief. And this is pretty much what happened at the end of Halo 4, when she's like, oh yeah, I'm spent, I can't go with you, yada yada. And then she comes back in 5 anyway. And goes full fucking Space Hitler. Yeah, and then Chief almost destroys this copy of Cortana, which, yeah, she's not too happy about, obviously. Yeah, if you want, here's a pro tip. You want a girl to like you, don't delete her. She doesn't like that. And again, what do I know? Maybe there are some that are like, delete me, daddy. Yeah, then you take the elevator and it's gonna be... Well, Chief and Cortana is on Grumpy Street for a bit, then you climb up and yeah. You fight more of these boys. This is as usual. Yeah, then you fight some enemies. Again here, for pretty much all of this, there is no like requirement for you to fight any of these enemies. You can just leg it through, which I do appreciate. Like, I definitely don't mind it when games kind of put you against the wall and challenge you with fighting the enemies, facing them head on, but in some games it just gets a little annoying, especially if the combat isn't quite as enjoyable, I think. I definitely don't mind it in a game like Doom, because obviously the combat is excellent there. So I don't mind actually fighting just hordes and hordes of enemies. But in games like Halo and Legendary, where it can be extremely punishing and take a long time, it's yeah, it's not too good. Yeah, and those two can definitely ambush you and catch you off guard. Happened to me a couple of times. Is there anything else that happens in this mission, or is it just yeah, and then you get this area. Just business as usual, just same thing where you can fight them, but you don't have to. You can just run through, which I do appreciate. Then I think you just... Oh yeah, and then you get to this area where you have to refight the earlier boss. Yeah, this is where I think he got a little tedious. But it's like, really? Him again? Yeah. It would have been fun if he did like something a little differently, but the boss himself doesn't do anything differently. He basically has the same attacks and all that. The only thing that changes is that now there's ads. There will be these little sentinels that spawn like at the edges of the map, which is really annoying because the edges of the map are pretty far out, so usually you won't be able to catch them on your motion tracker. And as such, they will just suddenly start shooting at you from the back, and suddenly you're dead before you even realize it. And it's, yeah, not too great because of that. So Nexus, yeah, if the boss fight was actually fun, this would definitely be a B for me. But that final boss fight just is not too fun. But I do think the speed tech on it, well, not speed tech, but the fact that it does give you a lot of freedom in terms of whether or not you have to fight the enemies. Yeah, I do think it's definitely places a little higher than some of these. Then we're on to the Command Spire. Das Kommandantspire. Okay, like, again, I'm just starting to feel a little bored by these environments. Like, a lot of it just feels so samey. Like, it would have been fun if there was some changes to the architecture, but it's another one of those levels that just feels so similar to all the other stuff that I've played before. Yeah, not much happens on this level, I think. Wait a minute. Okay, now I'm confused. This one is showing the areas that this other video is showing is the exact same. What the hell? Okay, I'm starting to think that people have gotten these two completely mixed up. Yeah, I think the Nexus and the Command Spire are have just blended together for people. Oh, is this where the Nexus ends, huh? Huh, alright. I see, I see. Yeah, okay. Well, that was a... Yeah. I think that exemplifies it pretty well, though, that a lot of areas just look really, really, really similar. That it's so hard to actually differentiate the different levels. Which is... yeah. That is not the greatest, honestly. Well, I guess in that case, I'm gonna have to put the Command Spire just below the Nexus then, I suppose, since I've basically gone through both Nexus and Command Spire now. Yeah, because Command Spire is the one that ends with that boss fight. Yeah. Okay, we're almost through Infinite. Then we're gonna go back to some more recognizable levels. Flashbang. Yeah, this is like the third level in a row with these environments. It's yeah, it's too much, honestly. Like, some variety would have been very nice. It's just the same. It's kind of the same stuff, unfortunately. Hi, Kitty. How you doing? Well, yeah, we just do the same kind of thing of just like trying to open shit up. As a going, yeah, it's true. Yep. Yeah, and then there's those two when you have to like get 2 keys, and so it's remarkably similar to the Nexus, really, where you have to get the keys in order to continue forward, which also gets you to a lift. Wow. Those levels are really similar. Doing good, watching you and TV at the same time. Nice. That's fun. Yeah, so you get to this bit and then the end of the mission? Oh yeah, then you interact with the console and then the mission ends. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely doesn't help that between some of these loading screens, they don't actually, you know, display which mission you're playing. So it continually feels like I'm not sure which mission I'm playing right now. I just know that I'm playing the campaign. So yeah, repository is pretty meh, and honestly, I think it may have to go into D now, because it's just... We already did 2 missions that completely float together in how similar they were. And now we're doing a third in the exact same environment and doing pretty much the same kind of stuff that we did in the Nexus, which... yeah. It just gets grating at that point. Like, it's by no means that difficult or anything like that. It's just At this point, you just get tired of it, really. All right. So the road, we finally get some variety. You finally get to do something different here. Let me see here. Yeah, because now we have to fight our way through a bunch of banished encampments to get to this big old base down the line. And this is actually kind of nice because there's a variety of ways you can approach this. You can use a tank. You can even use a rocket hog. Goes down there, but honestly, don't use the rocket hog because it's fucking terrible in this game. Yeah, the tank is definitely the way to go. But still beware. Vehicles in Infinite are made of paper. But yeah, I kind of like this this trek down the road because it's like a slow progression through these encampments. It's definitely not easy. Definitely has some nasty bits. Like I think the second to last one is really rough because I think it has like 3 Wraith tanks, and it's a massive open area. There's very little cover. It has a bunch of enemies with Ravagers, which can reach very far, and they have splash damage and all that, so it's pretty tough. And just before this area, there's a bit with... he's actually coming on it right here. Yeah, down here. There's 2 hunters, and yeah, if Onslaught, they're going to really give your tank a pounding, which is not too nice. He's coming on it. Not like that, Heather. You dirty girl. Yeah, and then you have some snipers up in the hills. Coming on it while giving the tank and pounding. It's just Halo with the boys. Oh yeah, there's a Wraith tank there as well that you can actually steal. Yeah, this area here, this is the one that I was talking about, that it's very open. It's got a lot of enemies, and yeah, it's definitely not easy. But it is like the final challenge of the level, I would say. Although if you get your tank all the way down here, then you should basically be good. Because then you can easily take out the Wraith tank from a long distance away. As long as you take it slowly and carefully. Now you can even shoot down the Phantom here. See? So he doesn't even get to deploy any troops. But, of course, vehicles are made of paper. And this is on heroic difficulty, so... don't be fooled into thinking that, oh, it's not that bad getting here with the tank. Actually, it is. You're probably... like, even his tank is, like, low-key on fire. Yeah. Don't be surprised to get here and your tank is basically falling apart. Just rupturing at the seams. Then you move on to the final bit here. And this area is a non-challenge, basically, in that there are no enemies here, but after you interact with the button up here, some enemies are going to spawn in. But it doesn't make any... doesn't really make any difference, because you can just run to the end. Oh, it does. Or... what, did no enemies spawn for it? I could have sworn that there were enemies spawning when I did it. Maybe that's only a legendary thing. Or I'm misremembering. Either way. Yeah, that's the end of the level in there. So, this one, I kind of like. It's one of those where you actually have some choices in how you can approach it. You can take it slow and methodically, trying clearing out everything, or you can play it fast and loose and potentially make it, but also run the risk of getting absolutely obliterated. And because of that, I think it deserves a B. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think it's not as good as Apples Tremonius because there really isn't like any cool, amazing secrets or anything on it, so yeah, it is what it is. House of Reckoning is a weird one. It is absolutely a weird one. Yeah, that one doesn't in 10 minutes, but that's probably gonna skip pretty much all bits of the level. So, the first bit is you're basically stuck in this combat tutorial area where you basically have to like fight for your life. And it's going to give you a wide array of weapons. Yeah, it's basically like, I think lore-wise, I think it's the Banished basically trying to just test the Sheaf if he's really as good as like his as the legends would have people believe. Because obviously he wasn't good enough to stop what is his name? Tremonius? Yeah, basically the guy that kicked him into space at the beginning of the game. But yeah, it's pretty straightforward. You just fight a fat load of enemies. It's definitely a fair bit harder on Legendary because obviously the enemies come in from all angles here. And it's recommended to try and go into one of the corners, or at the very least be ready at some of the enemy spawn points, because they will basically like sound an alarm at like each door when they're spawning in. So it's really good if you can make sure to kill off a bunch of the enemies as they come through the door. Yeah, and then you just, once all the enemies are done, you move along, get to the elevator, and you're in another combat training area. And second verse, same as the first. You get a bunch of enemies, including 2 hunters this time. But the challenge basically just is the same again, that it's just a lot of enemies from different angles and all that. You are given ample amounts of ammo and weapons, so it's not that bad. It's definitely not recommended to play this ballsy on Legendary, of course, because I think that Hunter Shot would have killed you if on Legendary. And then you get to the second Cloaked Elite boss fight. And this one is... yeah, it's way harder. Because you are in a extremely cramped area. And I don't know why... dude, just use your... I mean, surely he... does he really never use his... no, that one... you can't use your Z, that just reveals fucking the... it just reveals objectives and shit, not fucking enemies. Okay, well, alright. I feel like I'm coming down really hard on this guy, but dude, there was literally a boss fight earlier in the game that taught you that, yeah, you should use that thing to reveal invisible enemies. Okay, well, alright, we're gonna skip past this, because obviously, yeah. You fight that guy, it's pretty tough, because obviously the area is very cramped, and this one has a tendency to disappear for a while off the map, and you're just kind of waiting for him to reappear so you can quickly react and potentially get some shots in, but most importantly try to ensure he doesn't just run up to you and one-shot you, because he will one-shot you with that energy sword. And you might think like, oh, well, that's the end boss of this level. No, you actually have the real end boss of this chapter, or this mission, Escharum. This guy. Was voiced by Darren DePaul, who also did the voice for Samuel Hayden in Doom. This is definitely one of the more complex boss fights in the sense that it's not just a matter of just avoid getting shot and dealing damage to the boss, but the fact that you have to transition him to each increment of HP, I think every 25%, he will basically become immune to damage and go to the middle, get a shield and all that, and then you have to destroy these couplings here in order to take down the shield. And you have to do that 4 times in order to actually progress the fight. And this early bit where you just fight him with his scrap cannon and all that, it's not too bad. Not too bad at all. Because there's lots of corridors. He doesn't move nearly as quickly as any of the elites, obviously. You just gotta take your time, make sure to deal damage where it's appropriate. The real challenge is in the final phase. Let's see if we can find that. Yeah, here, where he brings out this gravity axe thing. this part is super tough. Because he runs way faster and just moves a lot more deftly. And also, he can just lunge at you. Just lunge from really far away, like further away than you might think. And he is fast when he does that. And that shit will just one-shot you. Yeah, this guy is very fortunate that he didn't get hit there by that big slam. Yeah, it is... This part is super tough. It is, yeah, like one of those. He will just do one of those, and as you saw, there's not much time to avoid. Yeah, from pretty much all these hits this guy's taken, you would have been dead from that on Legendary, which, yeah. So that makes this really, really tough. But fortunately, I think they realized that, like, oh god, this final bit is, like, a little too hard on Legendary for us to, like, make the player redo the entire fight if they fail. So they do actually give you a checkpoint at the start of this final phase, which is definitely a godsend. And if it didn't have that, this probably would have been the most frustrating fight in the game, because it does take a decently long time to just get to this phase, because he has to like finish like all the animations and everything for each transition in the first phase where he gets the shield and all that. So yeah, it's yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, and then you just continue forward. You release your friend with the is it a Spanish accent? It's either Spanish or Portuguese. Okay, this one's tough. I don't think it's an A. I'm pretty confident about that. I'm debating whether or not it's a B or C because it has a good amount of challenge to it. And I'm debating whether or not the challenge is enjoyable. The elite fight is definitely the more frustrating one of the two, I'd say. Because the elite fight does not have any checkpoints, as I recall it. So if you do fail it, you have to restart the whole thing. And like I said, he will sometimes just hide from you for a couple of seconds, which drives up the tension, but also makes it kind of annoying that he could just end up spawning in a really unfortunate area. And yeah, he just runs up and just backstabs you, which it's not too fun. But I think the areas where the combat areas before are fairly compelling, in that it's a big fight. You get a wide array of weapons to use. It is by no means relying on you using their weapons as much as possible, but just using whatever you feel like is best, which I do like. All right, I'm gonna say it's a low B. It's a challenging level, but it feels pretty good on the whole. Okay, on to the last one, Silent Auditorium. Okay, all I remember from this level is the final fight. That's literally it. I have a feeling that most of the previous areas are gonna be... Yeah, you have this this outdoor fight here, which... it's kind of cool. Yeah, this, you do have to clear most of the enemies there in order to progress. You can't just leaf through them. And there's Cortana again. Big Cortana. Oh yeah, and then you have this this fight against two hunters, which I would say is one of the more frustrating hunter fights in the game. But it depends on a lot of things. The area is very small, so you kind of have to utilize it the best you can. And it kind of depends a lot on whether or not the hunters will stay fairly grouped up so you can actually keep track of both of them, or if they're gonna try and split up. Because obviously if they split up, they're gonna be a lot harder to actually keep track of. It's also a spot where if you miss a bunch of like coil throws or shots with the spiker, for instance. Oh wait, it's not a spiker. It's what is it? The impaler? Or is it the spiker? Hold on. No, I think it's the impaler. Oh no, wait, it's skewer. There we go. Oops. But yeah, if you nail those shots and all that, it's doable. Yeah, then it's just a bunch of gray rooms again. I think some of these you can skip past, but I think some of them you do have to like open it with Cortana, which does require you to kill most of the enemies. Yeah, then you get to this part where Cortana talks to Atriox. And this room, yeah. Yeah, is this where we have to get keys again? Or am I misremembering? No, this is a different room. Yeah. continue forward through there, and it's where we, yeah, it was where we meet the orc guy again, and he's like, "Oh, sorry for attacking you, though, but we're cool, right?" It's like, you almost killed me twice. And then you run to the elevator, and is this just the end fight then? Yeah, I think so, yeah. But you fight the end boss, and yeah. This fight is... I don't like it. It's just... The basic gist is that it's just a huge arena with entrances all around it, and enemies will, during these transitional phases where I'm not even sure what she's doing, sucking down a big ball of honey, I don't know. Enemies will just randomly spawn from a bunch of these gates. When I say randomly, I think the variety of enemies is consistent, but the locations are random. So you can never really predict where they're coming from, which is a little annoying, and yeah. The way he's doing this part is really iffy, but yeah. And what you're supposed to get is, I guess, a checkpoint between each of these phases. Because I guess they realized that, like, oh, it's a little too long and tedious to fight through all of these enemies, and then the boss is just teleporting around and all that. Yeah, they're definitely not playing on Legendary here, because that snipe shot would have killed you. Yeah, it's really rough. And on Lasso, some of these skimmers will have RPGs as well, so it is really tough, even with infinite ammo. It's excuse me. Yeah, on lower difficulties, it's obviously not that bad, but obviously on Legendary, where all these enemies just deal so much damage. And these things that the boss throws at you, they have a tendency to one-shot you as well. So if you don't play fast and well during this part of the fight, you are likely to just up and die instantly. Which is really, really annoying, because sometimes you will actually not get a checkpoint here. Let me see if he gets one. Yeah, he gets a checkpoint here. For whatever reason, when I was playing, I don't recall getting any checkpoints. Well, I think I got some checkpoints throughout the fight. I think I got one after the first wave, but I did not get one after the second wave. So I had to redo the second wave into the third wave a bunch of times before I finally finished the thing, I think. That's what I recall, at least. Either that, or the boss just fucking one-shot me every time I got to that phase, which he comes loose and starts fighting you. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of this boss fight. It is It's really tedious. It has just a bunch of damage that comes in from God knows where. And it just feels like a lot of it just feels luck dependent for you to survive, which is honestly less than ideal. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but yeah, this fight is... I do think it's worse than the fight against Escarum. In fact, I think it's... I honestly think this fight is almost more annoying than the fight against the Elite before Escarum. Because at least that fight against Elite is relatively short if you know what you're doing. This one is never short. This one is always long. It is always either tedious or just unbelievably frustrating. And honestly... like, some of the color palettes are a little different. Like, it's, I guess the gray and blue, they realize that, like, oh, we've run this a little too much now. Maybe we should do something a little different. So now it's yellow and gray, which, I'm sorry, but yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but yeah, it's not a boss fight I enjoy at all. I think it's just it's always just frustrating, and it feels like so much of it is just out of your control. Like enemies you spawn in areas that you had no idea about. They can spot you from across the map while you can barely make them out. Yeah, it's not ideal. It's not the stuff that makes a good level. All right, let's hop back to Master Chief Collection then and do ODST. Tayari Plaza, the first level of ODST, and I should also make a note that I'm not going to rate the like the in-betweens of the missions of ODST, because it has like these bits in between where you're trying to like figure out like what happened, kind of. Because basically like all of these missions are supposedly like flashbacks, where you like find something that belongs to a soldier and yeah, you kind of relive it or some shit like that. I don't know. But yeah, we're not going to rate those because, for one, they are extremely short and they don't really leave much of an impact on you. And for most of them, you don't really have to fight anything. You just kind of have to get to a point. So if you know where to go, you can just walk through everything. But speaking of walking past things, that's basically what you do for the speedrun of Tayari Plaza. Tayari Plaza is... yeah, it's almost entirely just... it's just a run where you just leg it to the end as fast as possible. And it is iffy. It is very iffy because there's a ton of enemies on the way there, and you have to kind of take some chances. You're gonna have to take some enemies out to ensure that you'll have a safe passage. Yeah. But it's also a very on rails kind of level. Like, there's not much you can do differently. It's basically just like run fast, hope for the best, which it's not too bad, but not too great either. So I think this might be a C, honestly. Yeah, because it's not really anything you can do in terms of skips either, as far as I know. You just run, you take out some key enemies, and then hope for the best. All right, Uplift Reserve is definitely the fastest level in ODST, and quite possibly the fastest level in all of Halo. And this one has a good bit of speed tech and decisions you can make to speed things up. There are a number of shortcuts you can take. There's you can make the choice of either just rolling with a Warthog all the way, or you could swap to a Ghost, which is obviously a lot more fragile, but is a lot faster. So it's kind of the same thing to the Outskirts. Where did I put the Outskirts? There, Outskirts. Remember to hydrate? Oh yeah, I will. But on the whole, I kind of enjoy this level. It's fun. And even though there are some punishing bits to it, it's very short, so it doesn't really hurt too much to restart and all that. And it does have a lot of different skips you can do. There's in fact a really huge skip at the very start, which I just think I've tried it a couple of times. I never managed to pull it off, but it's I think you basically launch a Warthog across a wall to like the end of the level almost. Yeah, it's kind of nuts. Let me see if I can find the groups. What the hell? Let's see, that's 159. All right, here we go. 139. And this is by Bloop. So, yep. That's when he starts a new mission, so... yeah, that's what you do. You throw a grenade so it flings the Warthog close to you. And then you drive up here. And this is the thing that I have never managed to do. Yeah, and then you launch yourself with the Warthog. And you drive up on the wall. Into the water. Yep, and this is the bridge that you cross later in the level. Yeah, and then you continue onward. This game needs more death walls. Nah. And And then you jump across there and boom! That's the end of the level. Yeah, because if you... let me see if I can find it here. There. I believe... This is like the area where you're supposed to like drive around and then jump out here. It's either here or it's like over there, and the area like extends all the way over here. Obviously you can't see much here because it's unloaded. But yeah, that is pretty nuts. So I do think it deserves an A just because of how insane that is. Okay, Kisingo Boulevard. This is the level where you get to control a tank. And speedrun wise, there is not really much you can do here in terms of like speeding it up. Well, there are some, but a lot of it depends on you clearing out a bunch of enemies, and there is simply too many enemies for you to like go on foot. Like there's a lot of turrets, there is a lot of vehicles, so even I think in a speedrun setting you still use the tank for a lot of it. But there is a interesting strategy you do at the end where you actually you're not supposed to be able to get the tank into the final bit of the level. It has these things in the road that are supposed to like stop you from driving over, and it has like a hard wall that stops you from driving over. But the thing is, the wall only stops you, the player, from driving vehicles over. So what you actually do is you position the tank on top of these little things in the road, and then you get another vehicle, I think actually another tank, and just push the tank over them until it gets like most of the way across, and then you just hop in and then drive on, which is pretty funny, and it does make the final bit of the area a lot safer and a lot quicker because you can just blast everything. Although it is a little hard to like navigate that area with the tank because it's obviously not designed with the tank in mind, so there's a lot of shit in the way. But yeah, it's pretty fun, I think. I think it deserves a B because of that. Tank on tank violence. Yeah. Actually, I do think it... yeah, something like that, I think. Because it does have things you can do to speed it up, but ultimately it is a lot about just driving in a tank, but the tank sections are actually kind of fun, so it's okay. Then we have Oni Alpha Site. This level is pretty much just kill enemies and just wait, kind of. And I'm not the biggest fan of it, because a lot of the enemies are really spread out, and sometimes they get kind of lost and can't find their way to you. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. It's also like very RNG heavy on the final bits. So So yeah, it's pretty much every last bit of this thing is just a matter of killing enemies. It's like there's nothing else you can do to speed it up. There's no skips or anything like that. You just have to try and kill them as quickly as possible. And it's kind of funny how this is probably one of the harder lasso levels if you choose to fight. Because what you do on lasso is you just give your partner AI a Spartan laser and then use hide. Just hide for pretty much the entire level almost. Because your partner AI cannot be killed. He's completely invulnerable. He will like get damaged and staggered and all that, but he's not gonna die. So you basically just wait for him to kill everything. And yeah. So because there is like no real skips you can do, there's no clever strategies or anything like that aside from just killing things as quickly as possible. It's yeah, I'm gonna have to put this in D, I think. It's yeah, not very fun, not very remarkable, and just a lot of RNG. All right, then we're on to NMPDHQ, which is probably the level I have played the most out of all the ODST levels. And the reason being that it's a level that is very easy to get a really big high score on. And that is like there's a weekly challenge sometimes that requires you to get 20,000 points on a mission, and it is super easy to get that on NMPDHQ, and it's also really quick. Like you can just run through the mission on normal and you will still get like 30, 40, or even 50,000 points easy. But when it comes to the challenge of the mission and the strategies you can use, there is no like really big skip you can do. The final bit is just a matter of killing enemies as quickly as possible, and yeah, that's kind of it. So you shoot down the enemies, preferably before they can even drop off any troops, because obviously dropped off troops take a lot longer to kill. There's definitely nothing that's stopping you from just running on forward. The only thing that's stopping you is the amount of enemies standing in your ways. But if you're clever and quick about it, you can actually get through most of this level really fast. I think you can get to the final area of it within like, I don't know, 3 minutes or something. Which is pretty damn fast. But yeah, even though there's not really any big skips or anything like that, I still would say that it's a really enjoyable level. So it's definitely a solid B. Okay, Kikowani Station is... okay. Kikowani Station is basically just a escort mission, kind of. And unfortunately, it is a escort mission that takes a... Okay, on the whole, it doesn't take a long time. Like, I'm pretty sure you can beat this within less than 10 minutes. Consistently. But the thing is, it takes so long to get going. Because the way it starts is that you have to clear out a bunch of enemies so that one of the AI partners you have can steal a phantom. And just getting him to steal the phantom and then pick up some of the other guys, I think that alone takes 2 to 3 minutes, and that is like 2 to 3 minutes from the moment he reaches the phantom. So the actual challenging parts of the level doesn't start until like 4 or 5 minutes in. Which, yeah, is less than ideal. But it is also a level where it's very easy to get a very high score on, because obviously there's a ton of phantoms, and phantoms give a lot of points. But obviously it's not as fast as NMPD HQ. It is not. And it is definitely a lot more RNG heavy. But on the whole, there is still like stuff you can do to speed it up, so I don't think it's a D really. I think it's a C, because there are, like, if you are ballsy, if you take some risks, you can make this level go by faster. Definitely. Then we're on to Data Hive. Data Hive is really where the difficulty picks up. There is a fair few enemies on this level, and I think it's the only level where you actually get to use the flamethrower. Which is actually kinda good. But it's also dependent on environments, because it does not have a long range. But fortunately, there are a few areas that are very cramped. But the unfortunate part is also that it runs out of fuel very quickly, so yeah, you don't get too much fun out of it. And it's also an area that has an interesting little thing to it, where if you have collected some of the collectibles on earlier bits of the level, you will actually have a partner AI with you for the early bits of the level. The partner does not like do a ton of damage at all, like I think he does very little in fact, but he does draw a lot of fire, which is very nice for Legendary and especially for Lasso. It's definitely highly recommended to get to unlock him, basically, if you're gonna do Lasso. But it's yeah, it's a bit of a shift in mission design from the rest of it, which has been usually pretty open and outside. This one is very cramped. But that said, there are still a couple of interesting skips you can do for it. For one, there is an area in the middle of it where you're supposed to fight through a big hive of these flying guys, and it's pretty tough, honestly. But you can do a launch from, I think you blow up I think you blow up a coil with a hammer or with a grenade and launch yourself on top of the walkways around these hives. And doing so actually skips the load zone that enables all of these flyers to actually spawn. So you can actually skip past all of them. Which is really, really nice for Legendary because they spawn a lot of them. Just so many of them. And at this point, the partner AI will have fucked off, so he's no longer there to actually take any of the shots for you. And I'm pretty sure you haven't come across, or have you? I'm trying to remember. You do meet Buck at one point on this level. I'm trying. Do you have Buck at this point? I'm gonna check. And there you have the flamethrower. There's Dare. Or is it Dare that you're going with? Oh, it could be Dare. Okay, you do have Dare with you. Fair enough. But yeah, this is the big ol' hive. And if you do that skip, you will actually not get any of these spawns, which is very lovely. Let me think. Is there any other... Oh, you know what? I was actually thinking that this actually is shaping up to be a B, but then I remember that there is a escort segment at the end where you have to escort the engineer, and that bit is really annoying. It really is, because the engineer has a habit of just walking out into the open, and the enemies just fucking decide to just pelt him with plasma grenades, and then he just dies, and it's over, and it's fucked. Yeah. Which basically means that well, the benefit at least is that part, which is really hard with the engineer, it's kind of front-loaded in that you do get a checkpoint just before it, so even if you fail, you're not going to lose out on a lot of time. So I think on the whole, it's not too bad, because then afterwards there's like a bit where there's a bunch of those flyers in a room, but they're all sleeping, so if you just walk past them, it's all good. Then after that, you just have to wait for some RP and for the engineer to open the door, and once he opens the door, you'll come down to a hallway where there will spawn a bunch of flyers again, but if you just leg it past them, get to the elevator, then the engineer as well as Buck and Dare will just teleport to you and the level will end. So on the whole, the escort segment is not too bad, because it's over pretty quickly. So I think this might be a low B, honestly. It's a level that does have some frustrating bits, but they can either be skipped or they're very short, so I quite like it. A level I don't like, though, is Coastal Highway. Oh my god, I need a drink for that. Good grief, Coastal Highway. This is a level that I am 100% positive was just designed with co-op in mind. So it starts out with another escort segment where you have to just get the engineer and the gang to a spot. Well, the engineer is the only important part because he's the only one that can actually die. But the benefit here is that you can actually just run past pretty much all the enemies and then just turn your camera a little bit and they will actually respawn over to your location. Which, yeah, means that the escort segment at the start is pretty simple. You just run past them and ignore pretty much all the enemies. But then comes the vehicle segment. Oh boy. Ugh. Where the fuck do I start? So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to escort Dare and the engineer while they're in a Oliphant, which is basically like a huge garbage truck. And they might as well have that that Spaceballs backplate of like, we break for nobody. Because basically they will just start driving to the next like gate shutter and they're not gonna stop. So you can't really take your time to like clear out the enemies or anything like that. They're just gonna keep driving. And it's kind of reliant on that you're gonna drive and Buck is gonna be shooting for you. I think initially the game wants you to have him in just a Warthog and just shoot with the Warthog turret. But that thing sucks. It is just so slow to kill enemies. So it's actually better to kill off some of the grunts. That on the first segment, it's just a fat load of grunts. That's all it is, which it's not too bad. But you kill off the grunts and then you grab one of the fuel rods and you give it to Buck. And then you make sure that Buck hops into the passenger seat. And now he has a fuel rod with infinite ammo. And that sounds like, oh, well, it's gonna be just walking on easy street. It would be if Buck didn't fucking suck ass. I actually have no idea how Buck actually managed to later on actually become a Spartan, because, yeah. He shoots very inconsistently. And his shots are just not good. Like, he tends to overshoot enemies a whole bunch. He often takes long pauses between shots. It's, yeah. And this gets even worse when you start to encounter ghosts, where he will sometimes just have... It's just impossible for him to actually hit the ghosts. And as I mentioned earlier, the Oliphant doesn't break for nobody. It just keeps driving. And that means driving into a ton of enemies that you haven't gotten to actually engaging with yet. And it just gets lit up and then it dies. And it's like... I would love to defend you if you didn't just fucking run ahead. It's basically like playing Vermintide and having that one player who just fucking bolts ahead of you like miles and miles and then just dies. And then they're like, what the fuck, guys? It's like, what do you expect? You ran ahead. You just left us back here. Yeah, it's really... It is so frustrating. I absolutely hate it. And... yeah, it's just really, really, really long. To give you an idea, I think my first clear of this level took nearly an hour. And for the like speedrun achievement of this game, you have to beat the entire campaign within less than 3 hours. And so I basically just went back and replayed all the other missions except this one. Even though I had over nearly an hour of playtime on this mission, I managed to save enough time on all of the other missions so that didn't matter. Like, that is how much longer this mission is compared to everything else in this campaign. Because you have to go through several of these segments of road where you just have to hope and pray that Buck actually does what he's supposed to do, and that the enemies either don't just completely beat the shit out of you or beat the shit out of the Oliphant. It's yeah, so much of it is just completely out of your control. Eventually, you will get a Goshawk, which is definitely a lot better than him sitting with his fuel rod. But the moment you get the Goshawk, you are still in a segment that is a complete crapshoot and can still take a long-ass time to get through, because it's still reliant on him actually nailing the shots on the things that need to die. Because sometimes he will just decide that, like, no, I'm gonna shoot this grunt instead of focusing on this Wraith tank. It's like, man, why? And then you get past all of this, and you're still not done. Then you have not a super long, but a notable holdout segment at the end. Which is, yeah, it's rough. It's really rough. And it's recommended here that you do grab another fuel rod or a rocket launcher and give that to Dare, so that both Buck and Dare has an explosive weapon, because neither one of those two can die. They can't die. But the engineer can still die, but fortunately for this bit, the engineer actually has the intelligence to stay back in a back area to so it doesn't actually get like completely lit up, which is nice. But yeah, this area is rough. Although there is a fun little thing you can do where you can't get the tank into this area. That's not possible. But what you can do is position the tank in such a way that you can shoot into this area. And you will actually have a pretty good gun line on a lot of the enemy spawns. And like I said, since the engineer is like hidden in the back, you don't really run the risk of like accidentally shooting him. So that is at least like a bit of a relief that you can get in near the end there, where you can just pop into the tank and just chill out and just blast away. There will still be like sometimes where some enemies get like stuck somewhere, because it's a huge area. And sometimes enemies will just stick around in some place because they're like focusing hard on trying to get to Buck or Dare, and Buck or Dare are just like, have just decided like, we're not gonna move. So then they're just in a stalemate, and sometimes you have to like hop out and near the end and just clear them out. But this is a pretty low one. It's I would say it's, yeah, somewhere around that area. It's pretty bad. Like there is so little you can do. You have so little control over how this mission goes. It's, yeah, it's just not fun. I'm sure this mission is probably a lot more enjoyable in co-op. I've only done it co-op with one of the achievements, which requires you to do it in 4-player co-op with the Iron Skull on and everyone using mongooses with rocket launchers. Kind of a fun achievement, but yeah, it's kind of misrepresentative of what the mission really is supposed to be like, because it's like a special thing you do. But yeah, it's unfortunately a really low point that ODST ends on. Alright, let's move on to Reach then. Winter Contingency. Okay. This is another one of those missions where this has a really cool skip that I have never managed to do. Let me see if I can bring that up here. I think this one should feature it. Yeah, this should be it. Yeah. Comes the Falcon. Yeah, and he shoots it. Why does he do that? Because you can actually fly it. Yeah. You can steal that Falcon and just blast away. I think you have to clear out the enemies here. It's to like load the rest of the mission. But that's not all. Yeah, then you like position yourself here so that you can take a ride on the what the hell are these called? Not specters. Shit, what are they called? Covenant dropships? Let's see, Covenant dropships. It's not a Phantom. Spirit. There we go. Thank you. Hey, you take a ride on that one, and it like sends you across the level into areas that are that you're not supposed. Yeah, that are not like completely loaded. Then it loads in, and this is the final area. So then you just clear this out. And I think you have to go back and do some load zone shenanigans to get this final bit to properly load. But yeah, that is pretty much what you do, and then you just fucking shoot some enemies and hightail it to the end. So I think for that skip alone, I think it does deserve a lot of credit, even though I haven't actually done it myself. I think it's just really cool that you can do that, because that is akin to what you can do on Assault on a Control Room, where you steal a vehicle that you're not supposed to be driving and just hightail it to the end. Just unfortunate that it then kind of goes the two betrayals away of like, you have to find certain load zones and actually get them to trigger. Because if they don't trigger, you actually can't progress the rest of the level. Yeah, I don't know fully how it works, and again, I haven't done it, and I probably never will, because it's a fairly complicated trick, and it's a good bit into the level, as we saw. Like, it was... When does he do it? Yeah, he does it at like... Yeah, he does it at like 22 minutes and 23 seconds, but you actually have to do some fun little hops before that, and you have to sit through this thing where you're landing on the planet, so... Yeah, you have to like jump across these mountains, which I don't think I've ever done either. So again, it's not necessary for the 3-hour speedrun achievement on this one. Well, where should we put this one? I think we're gonna put it in B. It's an alright mission. And it does have a really, really cool skip. Although it is a bit complex. But yeah, even casually, the mission is still like fairly enjoyable, because it's you just drive around, kill some Covenant, and get to the final bit, hold out. Yeah, it's pretty good for a like initial tutorial mission, because obviously you can't throw too much crazy shit at the player, but it still doesn't feel like one of those tutorial missions where it's like, it feels almost like an insult to dedicated fans of the series, where it's like, bro, I know how to do this. It's like in StarCraft 2, where it's like the third expansion, and it's like, these are probes, you use them to make buildings, and it's like, I get it. Okay, so then it's on to Oni Sword Base. Oni Sword Base is... It's a mission with a lot of skips. But personally, to me, it's a very frustrating mission. Because a lot of these skips are really kind of Hail Marys, in that what you basically do is that first you have to fight a bunch of Covenant. There's, to my knowledge, no way of getting past that. You just have to fight them, kill them as quickly as possible, and then you get outside. Then once you're outside, you're supposed to make your way to one of the AA guns, basically. Like an area with AA guns. You're supposed to enable it. And that button is, like, all you have to do is, like, press the button, and then you can move on. Even though the game says, like, oh yeah, clear out the Covenant. You don't have to do that. You can just move on. And the thing you have to do is, like, you get a, what are they called? Target pointers? I don't know. Something like that. Which basically causes, like, just a large barrage of shots to land down in an area. And I think you're supposed to like use it to clear out the Wraith and some other vehicles at the very start, but you can just run past them. It's not even hard, like they pretty much don't spot you. But you use that to clear out some of the enemies around the button. But the key point is some. You're not going to get all of them. Some are going to remain, and sometimes a fair few of them are going to remain. And what you have to do is speed in on your ghost, hop out of the ghost, jump on top of the ghost, then hop up, hit the button from the other side, and then hop back into the ghost and drive away and pray that you don't die during that whole thing. And that shit is hard. It takes a good number of attempts to actually get that thing semi-decent, because obviously, like, when you hop out of your ghost, it's not gonna immediately stop. It's gonna keep gliding for a bit, and as you know, like, the jumping in the Halo games is kind of infamous for being very floaty, so it's very hard sometimes to, like, get on top of something. So yeah, it's a tricky one. And then you have to just drive around the level and get to the second button that you have to press. And I, for some reason, always have issue with a specific area here where there's a bunch of ghosts. On lower difficulties, it's no issue, but on legendary, goddamn, every goddamn time, they just fucking light me up. Like, all their shots just hit straight. They just nail me right in the head. It's so frustrating. Because it feels like there's so little you can actually do to avoid it. Like, their accuracy is just insane, and yeah. So that part is really frustrating. Then you get to the next button, and this one is kind of like a two-parter. First, you have to turn on the power, but because you approach this thing from, like, the backside, you're basically at the power console immediately, which is quite nice. And it's kind of the same thing here, where you have to drive into an area where there's a bunch of Covenant, hop out, hit a button, and then hop back in and start driving away and pray that you do not get shot. Yeah. Seeing a pattern? So that thing is rough. Then to, like, get to the button, you have to, like, just either go up some stairs or do a clever little jump, but the clever little jump also kind of puts you in harm's way, so it's and it only saves, like, I think 5 seconds or something. So obviously, if you're a speedrunner, it's more than worth it. If you're just going for the speedrun achievements, yeah, I would say don't bother. And then you're supposed to go back to the actual base. And now you have to open the gates to get back inside, but the thing is, there are a ton of vehicles outside that are firing at you. There are, I think there's 1 Wraith tank and 2 Spectres, and they are just having the time of their life, just bombing the shit out of you. Actually, there might be 2 Wraith tanks when I think about it, and you have to hit the button, hop back into the ghost, and just try to move around, avoid it as best as possible, because it takes a while for the door to open. Oh, and also, you're also going to want to destroy the 2, like, wings on the ghost, because after you've opened the door, you're going to want to try and do a little bump off of a surface to try and get past some roadblocks. And now we are back in the same sort of area at the start, and we're doing the fucking third verse, the same as the first 2, where we just have to drive past a ton of enemies and hope that they don't kill us. Because the reason we want to do that isn't just because we get quickly past them, but because what we want to do is get to an elevator. The door to this elevator is supposed to be locked until all the enemies in the, like, immediate area are killed. However, as the fighting starts there will actually be some enemies that will pop out of the door, and the door basically works similarly to the doors on Truth and Reconciliation, where they will open for the enemies, but not for you. Although, after the door closes, it will not open ever again. So basically, you have to get there as the enemies are, like, popping out of the door still. And then quickly get out of the ghost, get in the elevator, hit the button, and again, just pray that they do not shoot the ever-loving shit out of you. Yeah. So these are all like super hard. So yeah, it's this level is just loads of difficult and inconsistent skips. And they look cool when they're performed properly, but it's also just... I mean, I freely admit that I'm far from being the best player, but a lot of it just feels like it's really out of your control. Which, yeah, it's not too great. Then after that, the mission is actually not really over. You then have to like fight your way up a bunch of stairs and hallways and whatnot until you get to a point where you're supposed to rocket down a bunch of banshees and a phantom, which is honestly the most consistent part of the entire level. So I would basically say, like, once you get past that elevator, you're golden. Like, even if you mess up at the end, it's fine. It's fine. If you did well in the first bit, you're good. But yeah, there's just so much of it that I can't really say that it's a level that I really enjoy, at least not from a speedrunning perspective. Hi, Femcorp. How you doing? I keep wanting to say corpse, even though that's not how it's spelled. Okay, then we're on to Nightfall, which is by and large the fastest reach mission of them all. And yeah, this one is curious. Doing alright, trying to finish the drawing piece because I love drawing horror. Ooh, nice. I'd love to see that once you're done. Alright, so Nightfall. I believe this is basically they wanted to try just have another stab at like the stealth segment of Truth and Reconciliation. And I think they do the stealth a little bit better here. Although obviously they still haven't invented suppressors in this universe, so you can't use any guns if you want to go stealth. And yeah. And the stealth segment here basically only lasts maybe... well, it depends on how fast you go, but less than 10 minutes. What the fuck? Less than 10... no, less than 2 minutes. What the hell am I saying? Because then you get to an area where they are already up and about and fighting something, I think. Yeah. I gotta say, even though it's a mission that I played countless times now, just because of the fact that it's so fast, it's a mission I'm very much not that familiar with. As in, just environment-wise, because there's so much of the environment that I just completely skip. A bit of it I've gotten acclimated from just doing Firefight, because there's an area in it where there's a bunch of Marines and civilians fighting the Covenant that they tell you to save them. I've I never managed to do it on Legendary because they just up and die. Which, yeah, it's half the quads on Legendary. They just fucking die. Well, it is what it is. But, yeah, you get through that bit, and then you are basically at like the final area. And this area I think a lot of it is part of like a multiplayer map, but I've barely played the multiplayer map either. But here you can actually do a pretty interesting clip where it's similar to the Mongoose clip on Halo 3's The Storm, where you get into a forklift actually, and then you line it up with the gate that you're supposed to go through later. And there is like a very precise point where if you get out of the vehicle, it will spawn you on the other side of the gate. And then you can just run to the end of the level. And if you're in solo, it will consistently have 0 enemies at the end, so there's nothing that even threatens you. So it's, yeah, it's absolutely a must-learn trick if you want to do like the speedrun achievement of this game, because it's not too hard, and it saves a tremendous amount of time, because there is a bunch of enemies that you have to fight, including 2 hunters otherwise. Not to mention the amount of enemies that are in your way as well at the end. If you're in co-op though, it does seem to consistently spawn all the enemies at the end regardless. I don't know why that happens. It just does, but yeah. It's usually not a big deal though. Even on Legendary, it's fairly simple to run past almost everything. So I think, where do I want to put this? I think I want to put it at B, I think. It's, yeah, definitely around there, I think, yeah. Because it does have a couple of skips in it. It's nothing too mind-blowing, aside from like the forklift one, which is like kind of a holy shit, you can do that. But yeah, on the whole, it's a pretty neat mission. Don't mind it at all. Then we have Tip of the Spear. Okay, this mission it kind of depends on how cooperative the AI is again. Because on Tip of the Spear, a lot of it we spend just driving a Warthog. And we're supposed to drive around to a bunch of different AA guns and disable them. And you're supposed to go inside them, take down a shield, and then blow up the core or whatever. But there is also the option to just shoot the AA gun. So what you can do is just park your rocket hog that you get and just shoot the AA gun, and eventually it will just die. It takes a while, yes, but generally speaking, it's the time it takes to clear out all the enemies so you can actually detonate it from inside. Yeah, it's I think it comes out to being actually slightly faster to just shoot it from outside. Although sometimes the AI has a tendency to just decide to get in the driver's seat and start just drive around and fuck shit up, which is less than ideal. Because you don't want that to happen. Then you move along to another area where you have to actually get out of the Warthog. And this one is kind of interesting because I think there is some acrobatics you can do there to get past a significant part. Hold on, I need to check. Hit the spear speedrun. Let's see, does he do it here? Yeah, that's the bridge. Oh yeah, I can jump onto there. Oh yeah, that's right. You do that. Do a grenade jump from that location, then you get up here, which is nearly at the end. Do you skip any spawns by doing that? I think... No, they seem to be spawning, so don't think you skip anything. Yeah, then you drop down there. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, there is some interesting stuff you can do there. Then at the end, you... Okay, I assume, yeah. And you get to the end here, and you're supposed to disable another AA gun the same way. But instead, you can just drive across here, hop out, hop into this destroyed Warthog, because the turret is still intact, and then you shoot the AA gun from there. Yep. Takes a little while, but it will go down. I think as soon as it starts burning, that counts as it being dead. Then you just have to clear some enemies here, and... I see, he's gonna steal the Wraith tank. Oops. Jumped into the wrong seat, buddy. Yeah, and then some UNSC comes in to help. And then eventually you get into the Falcon, and... it'll be like a little turret segment taking you to the final area where you pretty much just run around all the enemies, get to the top of the tower, and then kill the enemies and end the mission. Yeah, this is a mission that I genuinely enjoy. I think it's fun. It's got a good amount of variety, and even though like you essentially do the same thing three times of just disabling 3 AA guns, I think it shifts around some of the environments and the ways you approach it. Not to mention that there is a good amount of skips you can do in this one. It's nothing too mind-blowing, but yeah, I think it's a little low on B. Then we have New Alexandria. Oh dear. New Alexandria is... it is the most hated mission among speedrunners. And why is that? Because this mission is complete RNG. It has it is split up into being 3 main areas, 3 like main story areas, you might say, that you have to get to. And the order of these are always random. So you can never really pre-fly in a certain direction unless it's for like the last one. So you're just gonna have to kind of wait and see like which dialogue pops up, and then yeah, you basically just have to pay attention to that. Because that is the only tell you have like where you're going. Outside of like waiting to the end of the dialogue when you get a objective marker. Which is rough. It is really rough. Yeah, my speedrun time on this one is really bad, and it is not just because of the RNG of it, but definitely a good bit of it because I happen to get one of the longest ones, which is between these like 3 main objectives that you're supposed to do, which is 2 of them are, you know, super quick. Well, one of them is like super quick, one of them is like kind of quick, and the third one is like really long. Because one of them is just like you go around under the like back of the building basically and like land close to the elevator. And then you just go up the elevator, you run to the button you're supposed to press, and then run back to the elevator. You're not gonna give a shit about any of the flyers there. The other one is you have to like clear the initial platform because there's a bunch of turrets and enemies there, and they're just gonna fucking light you up. But then you get inside, and then you run around, get to the button, and hope that the enemies don't just blast you, because there are 2 hunters close to the button as well, so you have to really pay attention to where they are and what they're doing. But it's relatively consistent to get through there. I'd say like maybe 75% of the time you'll be fine, but then occasionally you're just gonna have a run of bad luck and it's not gonna go too well. Yeah. So those 2 aren't too big of an issue, but then there is the little matter of between each of these main objectives, so to speak, there are mini objectives essentially that you have to do. And these things are random. They are from a big pile of random missions that can occur, and you have no control over it. Hi, Bobby. What if penis indeed? Yeah, that would actually improve New Alexandria, I think. But basically, what you have to do then is try to respond to these missions as quickly as you can, and finally, some of them, the fastest way to do them is actually, like, some of them are like, oh, you have to defend these Marines. Actually, just kill the Marines and the mission ends, and then you can move on. Which is very much kind of in the spirit of Halo speedrunning. But unfortunately, there is one mission which is which actually features Buck from ODST. And this mission is the longest one, and it is awful. And it's basically the mission that means that I think there's a way to like re-roll to get a different mission, but whenever I did it, it didn't work for me. I just kept getting this Buck mission, and what you have to do is just escort him around some buildings, and it's really takes a long time, and the the progression checks throughout it are really inconsistent, so it takes a long while for it to actually realize that, like, oh, you're done. Let's move on. Yeah, it's terrible. It takes a segment that could be roughly 30 seconds long and making it as long as 5 minutes. I kid you not. So yeah, it's terrible. Halo dude is hot. The helmet stays on. Is this how hot a Halo character is tier list? Nah. It's a missions tier list from a completionist point of view. I think if I just did characters, it would be awfully short because there's not a lot of girls in the Halo universe. But yeah, then there is the matter of the last, like, main area that you have to go to, which is like a hospital. Do they have to be vagina holders? Well, I mean, kind of, yeah. The curse of being a straight guy, man. Okay, so the thing with the final bit here is that there is a way to speed it up significantly, like to the point where it can take maybe 1 minute, 1.5 to do, or you have to do it the usual way, which takes maybe 5+ minutes. And unfortunately, the speedrun method is really fairly challenging and kind of inconsistent in that you basically have to steal a Banshee, and there are no, like, Banshees parked anywhere, so you have to somehow get one to, like, fly at you, then you have to plasma pistol overcharge it, then steal it from them, and then fly down there. And also you have to knock off both of its wings, because what you're gonna do is you're gonna fly it inside of the building, then fly to the end where the button is, click the button, and then fly out, and do that without it actually exploding. It's rough. If it breathes illegal, I'm down. The highest of standards. So yeah, New Alexandria, yeah. This one is going, like, pretty low on D, because it's just it's rough. Not knowing what he's talking about, but I'm interested. No worries. That's basically how Heather views my streams as well. He's just like, sure, just keep talking. Okay, so from a pretty bad mission to a mission that is kind of alright, but has one of the worst segments in the entire series. So Long Night of Solid starts out with a fighting on the beach, where you fight your way past a bunch of dudes, and it's all right. It's just you and your buds. Kind of like that bit pretty well. But then you get to the space segment where you fly a sort of fighter jet. So Tomb Raider tier list, however, you won't see me complain. I've not played enough of the Tomb Raider series. I do have the remake or the remaster of the classic Tomb Raider 1 to 3. I should definitely play that at some point. Oh yeah, they did remaster 4 to 6 as well. Yeah, I should definitely get through that series at some point. I'll be your guide. Sure, just don't backseat too much. I do wanna, for the most part, figure it out by myself. Oh yeah, should definitely get to those. I have played all of the the reboots of like Tomb Raider 2013, Rise of the Tomb Raider, and Shadow of the Tomb Raider. I have Tomb Raider on N-Gage. Not, yeah. Oh right, it's an emulator. That's what it was. I thought it seemed familiar. Official announcement: Tomb Raider stream. Everybody, this it's gonna happen, but I first wanna give Bolt Gun Horde mode the old college try, and I also want to give the Bolt Gun Typing of the Dead thing a bash as well, because that thing seems fun. Old game focused mobile phone. Use memory card. Oh man, remember memory cards? You want to experience the remastered triangular titties? Oh, well, of course I do. Who doesn't? Who doesn't want to see those pointy bits? Heather doesn't. Shenanigans. She totally does. She is weird, but she does want to see it. But we're all kind of weird here. Which is why she fits in so well. Okay, Long Night of Solace. So, like I said, you get to this fighter jet segment, and... Okay, on the original console, this segment is supposedly pretty alright. But the thing is, on the PC version, the enemies are just insane. Like the first bit against a couple of Banshees, not too bad. The second segment, which is against a bunch of... Fuck, what are they called? No, not that. Dominant ships. Actually, just look up Long Night of Solace. That should tell me what the hell they're called. God damn it! What the hell are they called? Banshee Interceptors. Oh, what are the other ones called? God damn it. Seraphs, there we go. Seraphs. Gotcha. Ah, here we go. Yeah, the Seraphs. Yeah, the first bit with them isn't too bad. Spawns a couple of them. Nothing too crazy though. But the third segment is where shit hits the fan. Because on the PC version, they are insanely aggressive. And they fire so fast. It is fairly common to just start that segment and you're going to be dead in 15 seconds. Or rather, that's 15 seconds from the enemy starting to spawn. As soon as they lock onto you, you're probably dead in like 3. Because I think what happens is that... I think in the original, only like 1 or 2 are supposed to be able to lock onto you at a time, but I think in this one, multiples of them lock onto you at once. It's either that or they basically fire just way too fast. Which could be a thing, because I think that the tick rate is twice as high on PC. So enemies do react and fire roughly twice as fast. So it's a complete crapshoot, that segment, and basically the only reliable strategy that you have is just to hide on the other side of the space station and then just peek out, try to kill off a Banshee or a Seraph, and just be ready to just turn around and hide again. Yeah, it's a complete shit show. And then you get through that segment and then you have to kill some phantoms that come in, which it's not too bad, but it can go south. It definitely can. If they can also decide to just focus on you and just take you out. And again, there's no way to like shake enemies, like or deflect shots or anything like that. You just have to... I think you can swerve around a little bit, but ultimately it's not going to do much. Then after that, you have to get on board a Covenant carrier. But first you have to clear out a bunch of enemies. And here you can actually do a bit of a speedrun trick in that you make a mad dash for the carrier and then go under it. And you will actually see like all the Banshees and shit parked under, like on the underside of it. Like before they are launching. And you can actually just shoot the absolute shit out of these guys before they actually get to launch, which is really helpful because then you actually don't have to fight them. However, that does not make the rest of this a walk in the park. Because unfortunately there are still Seraphs coming around on this level, and this area is very big and open. And if 2 or 3 Seraphs lock onto you, you're just dead. That's it. And it's not uncommon for even speedruns of this level to just take 1 or 2 deaths here and or come like really close to dying. I think I saw one where they were actually down to 1% HP. You can hide a little bit behind some of the UNSC ships that are around the area, but it's they are pretty far away, so yeah. It is really rough still. It is not fun, which is unfortunate, and it just sucks that they never actually fixed this. I really don't get why they never bother with that. And then you get to go inside the carrier. And what you're supposed to do is plant a bomb and then, like, go to the bridge of the carrier to get it to go back to one of the super carriers for refueling, so you can blow up the carrier inside the super carrier and, yeah, get the big boom boom. The segment on the ship is okay. It's for the most part just kill enemies as quickly as possible so you can move on to the next segment, essentially. That's all it is. And if you can get your hands on some good weapons, then you're gonna be fine. If you fail to get some good weapons, yeah, it's gonna be rough. You definitely want to get yourself some needle rifles, because needle rifles are just insane. But yeah, I think the first part and the last part are serviceable, but unfortunately the fighter jet part just drags this mission down so much. And yeah, I think this might actually... Is it better than New Alexandria? No, I don't think so. I think it's worse. It's just so bad. It is terrible. Which is unfortunate, because I think if that fighter jet part was done well, this could have definitely been a... This could have been a mid-C, perhaps even a high-C. Then we go on to Exodus. Okay, Exodus is a big city level where you're supposed to fight the Covenant off in certain areas and allow civilians to escape, basically. And this one actually has a good amount of speed tech to it. Early on in the mission, there's not too much, because you basically... But once you get to the first elevator, what you want to do is go around to the side and then interact with a button through the wall. Yes, you can do this. And this comes into play later. Because it's basically the button for the elevator. But the elevator will actually not start yet. You actually do have to fight the Covenant that comes in for it to be able to do that. But if you know like where the Covenant spawn, you can easily take them out very quickly. And because you click the button through the wall, then as soon as the elevator is able to go down, it will instantly teleport you to the elevator and then go down. So that's quite nice. Then you get to the part where you can actually start doing some real skips, because you get a jetpack. So you can then make your way across a bunch of scaffolding and basically skip a ton of enemies. And eventually get to the top part where you do have to kill some enemies in order to spawn some falcons. And that part can be a little tricky, because it's a lot of grunts. Some of them have fuel rods, and you do want to take those out as quickly as possible. And there's even a brute with a fuel rod, which you have to deal with. And there's also a brute with a gravity hammer, a brute chieftain, which can be pretty dodgy. But if you can get rid of the two brutes, as well as some of the other brutes that hang around, you should be good. It's fine. And yeah, I find that to be pretty tense, but not a bad kind of tense. Kind of like that part of it. Then after that, you get picked up with a Falcon, and then you have to do a turret segment again. Most of this turret segment is kind of like the previous one in that it doesn't matter too much. Like, just shoot the stuff that shoots you, basically. Obviously, if you want points, then just go ahead and shoot anything that moves, provided it's an enemy. But as you get to the end of your flight, you actually want to make sure to focus on one of the Wraith tanks and try to take out the guy in the turret. If you can take out the guy in the turret, which is kind of hard, but if you can, that is a huge help. Because as you get to the final area here, you have to click 2 buttons, which will then unlock a 3rd button, and that ends the level. So you just want to get in a Warthog, and then just jetpack up the side, click a button on a thing, and then drive around to the next thing. Do the same thing there, jetpack up, click the thing, and then go back to the Warthog. The first one that you jetpack up to isn't too bad. There's usually 2 brutes around, and usually you can hit it, and at most they'll take down your shield, but they won't do any health damage. But then the second one, that's where the issues start to arise, because on either side of it there's a Wraith tank. There are Wraith tanks, and if you can manage to take out the turret, then that is huge, because the turret is what's going to deal most of the damage to you, because it just deals so much damage. And you're gonna have to jetpack up, and the difficult thing here is that there's a brute chieftain, you know, with a gravity hammer right next to the thing, so you're gonna have to narrowly avoid him. And he can sometimes jump into the air as you're jetpacking up and just smack you mid-air. Which is really funny, but also really frustrating. But usually you get a checkpoint shortly after the first button, so it's not like a huge time loss. But yeah, getting this button and then making it back to your Warthog, and then being able to drive away with the Warthog without dying, that's the hard part. So yeah, you have to do that, and then drive across to the other side, like basically around the area that you started from almost, and then just make your way up to up the building and like jetpack and finagle your way into one of the balconies where the last button is, and then you have to press the button. The thing is though, the level doesn't end immediately as you press the button. It ends in like a couple of seconds, and if you get killed within those last couple of seconds, you're gonna be reverted back to checkpoint. So you're basically gonna have to press the button and try to survive. A common strategy there is to actually wait a bit downstairs to wait for the enemies that are in that room to kind of funnel out. But yeah, it's a tricky thing. So I think Exodus on the whole is kind of a mixed bag, and parts of it are kind of cool and has some interesting strategies, but then there's some parts of it, particularly the ending, where it just feels like such a crapshoot. Where, oh, you didn't get the turret guy on the Wraith, well, you're kind of fucked now. Yeah, which, yeah. So, unfortunately, I don't think it's quite a B, but I think it's like a fairly high C. Yeah, I think so. It's it has enjoyable parts, but ends on kind of a wet fart. Yeah, unfortunate, but oh well. If there was a much more consistent way to do the final bit, then yeah. Probably like it a lot more. Okay, we're almost done. Then we're on to the package. Not that kind of package. Which, for the first part, is basically a retread of... Let's see, where did I put it? Yeah, it's a retread of Oni's sword base, actually. It's, you basically start from the... from one of the buttons. It's the button where you have to, like, enable the power first before you can press the button. The area does have some changes at least, so it's not like a complete rehash like Two Betrayals. Like in particular, after you've cleared out so many enemies, you have to like drive a tank around, and you have to once again deal with some AA guns. And much like in Tip of the Spear, you can just shoot these with the tank, and you don't have to go inside. That's pretty cool. Then you just go back around to the entrance to the sword base, and you head inside, and you head to basically the exact same area as in the rest of Oni's, as in the end of Oni's sword base, except there you fought your way to like the top of the stairs and everything, and but here you take a elevator to the right and then go downstairs. Oh, and I should mention that there really isn't much in terms of skips in the first part, I think. Yeah, I think even the speedrun of that level still... They still just use the tank, because the tank can just... You can just shoot down the AA guns while moving, and it keeps you relatively safe from the fire of other vehicles. Because there's a bunch of banshees in the area, so you're gonna have to have some way to protect yourself. Then you get to the finals. Then after the elevator, you get to basically a big preview of Firefight, essentially, where you just have to defend Halsey's lab from the Covenant. And, well, there are some... While it is basically just a defense mission where you just have to kill all enemies in order to progress, there are actually ways we can speed this up. In particular, just as you get started, you can jump on top of a building and catch the attention of one of the Banshees. Then jetpack up and then actually steal the Banshee. And of course, being in a Banshee will be tremendously helpful, since you can actually traverse across this rather large area very quickly now. And you can use Banshee bombs to clear out large groups of enemies. You might think that we're gonna like stay in the Banshee this entire time, but it's actually not the fastest way to do it. You stay in the Banshee for a while until a Wraith tank spawns. And the Wraith tank is like very kind of off in the back and will not like move from its location. It's like stuck there. So you just get around there, you take out the guy in the turret so he doesn't shoot you, and then you bash open the hatch and then headshot the driver, and then you steal the Wraith tank. And from there on, you just stay in the Wraith tank and you just bombard everything in your path, which is actually pretty fun. So this is definitely a level where once I learned to do the speedrun of it, I started enjoying it a lot more. Because I used to think it was very tedious with all the fighting at the end, as well as, you know, disabling the AA guns and all that. But with the speedrun strats, it's actually a lot more fun. Because you get to... It's rare for you to get to use both a tank, a Banshee, and a Wraith in the same level. And not just for like a brief moment either, like for a good amount, and actually getting to blow some shit up with them. So I think that's pretty cool. It's really enjoyable, and yeah, I think this might actually be a B. Even though there isn't like any major skips or anything you can really do in it. Because all it is just like get to the elevator as fast as is like destroy the AA guns as fast as possible, then get to the elevator as fast as possible, and then just destroy the enemies as fast as possible. And there's only so much you can speed that up, because you can destroy the phantoms that come in, but it's pretty hard to destroy them. I think there is one of them that you can manage to destroy, but it's kind of rough. And now we are going back to where it all began, the Pillar of Autumn. The Pillar of Autumn is a curious level in that it first starts off with us fighting our way past some Covenant, or we can just basically just run past them. We don't really have to fight them. But it is useful to at least kill one of them to steal his concussion rifle, because that comes in to play later. And then we just make our way to a mongoose. We steal the mongoose and then just drive. And for the most of the drive, it's nothing too scary. It's mostly just there is one area where we kind of do a bit of a Hail Mary past some enemies and just pray that they don't just light us up or stick us with a grenade. But yeah, it's yeah, the driving segment is not too bad. It's I rarely die there. Then we get to a segment where we're supposed to fight our way past a whole bunch of Covenant. There's brutes, a bunch of grunts. I think there might be an elite there. I'm not sure. But the thing is, we can actually just jump on top of some ceilings and then just skip the entire thing. Which is really funny. And then there's a really hilarious thing that we do with some enemies that we like fire one shot on them and then fire one shot like literally anywhere, and that for some reason causes them to blow up. I don't know. I don't know what exactly it is, but I think it triggers the suicide bomber thing on one of the grunts, and it's I don't know, it just causes them to instantly blow up. It's very strange, but it's kind of funny, and yep, easily deals with all of those enemies instantly. And this, shortly after this bit here, is where the concussion rifle comes into play. Because we're supposed to go into a spot where there is a ton of these flyers flying around, and a bunch of jackals as well. This segment can be really annoying, because of course the flyers just fly around a whole bunch, and it can cost you a lot of ammo, because they're really hard to actually nail. And it's just a crapshoot. But if you use the concussion rifle in a specific area to jump onto some of the geometry, you can skip past a certain load zone, which causes none of these enemies to actually spawn. Which is really pleasant, because this area is not... It is so frustrating. But yeah, you get past that, and then there is like a big open area, there is a lot of fighting, and of course, what do we do in this big area? We lost the fighting. Yeah, we leg it. We just run past. We run past everything, we run into the building, and yeah, we just keep running and running, and we do get to a point where we actually do something similar to before, where we kind of do another concussion rifle jump on top of a bit that gets us onto a walkway, and this means that a pair of hunters just outside will actually not spawn, which is immensely helpful, because running past them is really difficult, because you immediately after the hunters you have to get through a window, and the window is just like in that special level, in that special height of like a full jump will not get you through, but you have to like a full jump will not quite get you through it. You almost need like a half jump, and you also have to crouch to get through it, because otherwise you won't really get through it, and it's easy to just like bonk on the top part, which causes you to just fall straight down and not go through it. So yeah, it's a complete crapshoot, especially if the hunters are up. So yeah, but then you get through there, and then you actually have to kill some enemies, and it is possible to fuck up this next part and get like the last wave of enemies and not load in properly, so you have to do some shenanigans to get that going, which is a little annoying, but it is what it is. Most of the time it works though. Then as you get through that part, you are basically at the end of the level, kind of, because you have to then fight a ton of enemies. But there is a really cool strat you can actually do here, which is there is this huge gun up above called the Mass Driver, and you're not supposed to get to that thing until the absolute end of the level. But again, we have our trusty concussion rifle. And using it, we can actually get on top of some pipes and crawl onto the top of this building and then jump onto the platform where the Mass Driver is. This is huge for two reasons. One, it will give us a massive vantage point for just sniping all of the enemies that spawn in. We can just stand there and hopefully we'll have a fully stocked needle rifle. Because if we do, then it should be fine. Because basically all the enemies that spawn are jackals, grunts, and brutes. And brutes don't have any shields, so 3 body shots from the needle rifle will cause them to super combine and explode. The exception being shielded brutes, like the ones with fuel rods and gravity hammers. But it also has another benefit in that we can actually go into the Mass Driver now already. And we can actually shoot down some of the phantoms before they even drop their troops. Yeah. So unfortunately, the Mass Driver is a little unwieldy and there are some angles that you can't quite get it to. But that is pretty sick. And then once you get past that, you will have to deliver the package, i.e. Cortana, to Keyes. Because he comes down on a Pelican. And then you get to the point where you're supposed to like fight your way to the mass driver and man it, and you're supposed to like take out the Covenant super carrier above you. And fighting to, yeah, there's nothing you can really do to speed up that part. You basically have to kill all the enemies, otherwise it's not going to progress. You just have to do that. The thing is though, for some time I thought like, man, this final bit on Legendary is really hard. Like they just shoot the absolute shit out of you in the mass driver. Like even if you focus on just all the enemies that, like all the phantoms and the banshees that shoot at you, and you make sure to take them out as soon as you possibly can, it's still damn near impossible. You want to know what's funny? You don't have to kill any of them. Yeah. What the speedrun does is literally just stay outside of the mass driver. Just on the ground, like around the corner, because none of the banshees or the phantoms go around. So you sit there and you wait. You just wait until a certain voice line. And then you get in the mass driver, you aim it up, you shoot, and then you finish the game. Yep. It's kind of hilarious how a segment that I think was intended to be like really tough and challenging is completely pointless. Yeah, it's yeah. It really is just funny. It's just funny. It's one of those things that like you you hear about it and it's like, you can't be serious. What, you just wait and then you see somebody doing it, it's like, yeah, that's it. And that's literally what all the speedruns do as well. They don't bother killing anything. Why would you? Like, it's just, you're just risking your life and you're just gonna probably die. At least if you're playing on Legendary. Like, it's just pointless. Why do it? It's just on a timer. The only thing you can optimize is just try to be close to the mass driver once you're around the time that that they're gonna say the voice line, and just be ready to jump in as soon as possible. And like, there is like a chance where you can like fib it up and not get the shot off in time, because obviously all the enemies are still in the air once you get in, and they are going to start shooting at you. So there is like a moment of error where like if you goof up, you can just often die there. But I think just as you get the voice line, I think you get the checkpoint, possibly. So it's not even like a big deal if you mess it up, even though it's kind of hard. You know what? I think this one deserves a B. Or is it an A? I mean, it is pretty nuts that you can actually like get up and use the mass driver long before you're really supposed to. If you couldn't do that, I think it would have just been definitely been a B, but because you can do that, like, that's kind of sick. You know what? I think, well, let's put it at A. Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty solid one. And I guess that's it. Let's see, that is... Let's see, I can hide the Spotify thing there. Whoops. Wrong one. There it is. Yep, that's the tier list. And unfortunately, nothing to say about Halo 5 because it's not on PC. Wow. That took longer than I thought. I thought for sure, like, oh, I'm probably going to be done with this in like 2.5 hours. Nope. Good lord. How long did the first part take? 2 hours and 40 minutes. Wow. So basically, this tier list took me 7 hours. Oh man. That's a long time. What the Okay, I just noticed something. Apparently auto start wasn't enabled for my YouTube stream. So I haven't been I haven't been streaming it this entire time to YouTube. Cool. Excellent. Fuck me. It's just so weird because like almost every other time like it has had auto start enabled. And I just didn't think about it this time. And it doesn't say anything in OBS either that like, oh, the YouTube thing isn't receiving or some shit. It's like, no. Well, that was stupid. Oh well. Okay, God, not entitled to ramble on about something everyone knows. Carry on. Yeah. Darn. Yeah, that was a bummer. Oh well. I could probably just upload it to my... Yeah, I could probably just upload it to my backup channel. Yeah. All right. Well, that's it though. That is all the levels in Halo ranked, and my god, did it take a long time. Gotta say, it's a fun series, but I'm definitely not as sold on it as some people are. And I guess someday we do have to play Halo Wars as well, so we can truly close it out. Yeah, I feel like Halo Wars is either gonna be... He's either gonna be really hard or really easy. And I think it could be really easy because it's, you know, it's an RTS for consoles. It's probably not gonna be anywhere as fast as like StarCraft 2. But yeah, I guess we're gonna be back on Thursday with some more bolt gun. Probably gonna try to get a little bit of practice in on that, so I'm not completely novice when I try that horde mode again. So So yeah, with that, I just want to say thank you so much for going on this tier list ride with me. Not sure how you lot enjoyed it. I'm honestly a little split on it. I think parts of it was like fun, but it was also like this took a long ass time, and it's kind of, I think it'd be more fun to like do it with someone else to like bounce off of. But yeah, I'll be back on Thursday, so thank you so much for watching, and I will see you all next time.